Hello everyone, welcome here. Today, we're going to play some Valheim. If I remember correctly, we're in the middle of gathering together metal. Okay. We had just gotten back from a mining trip. Let's go ahead and charge up the furnace. Can never have enough charcoal. Okay. Let's go ahead and build ourselves a little coal pile right there to store that. And then, let's go ahead. Let's see, I think you can put in 10 at a time. Exactly. Yeah. So we'll charge it up with 10 copper ore. And then I'm going to go get... put the remainder back away. I don't want to remove that pile yet. I want to leave it sit there for a bit. After all, I just made it. So let's grab our extra out of here. And then we'll put the first 10 in to get it started. We have 10 more. We'll charge it up the rest of the way. And then I believe we'll go off and do some mining. Because we need a lot more copper than what we've got. Okay, there we go, 10 more. Beautiful. Let's go put this copper away. And then let's go engage in a bit of mining. Yeah. So leave behind our shield. That'll save a bit of weight. And then we'll leave behind most of our food. Which I'm going to leave behind all of our berries. And I think all of our cooked deer meat too. We'll just bring that. That'll reduce weight quite a lot. Okay. Every little bit of weight we leave behind is a little more stuff we can bring back with us. After all. Okay. Swim across to the other shore, and then I can go to our mine, which is right over here. So, straight ahead. Got a little bit of stamina back so I can make it up the hill. I really need to build a proper path up this hill. Once I build a bridge across the river, we'll do that, I think. Now that I'm strong enough that we can work in the Black Forest, I should do some serious pine cutting. And we should make a cart. Haul some core wood out of the forest here. And build the bridge. But before I build the bridge, I want to have at least a carve so I can figure out how tall I want to make the bridge. And that'll also involve making sure the river is navigatable by at least the carve. I don't know if I'm going to try to bring anything bigger than that down the river. It depends on how tight of a fit it is for the carve to get through some of the river spots. If it's a really tight fit for the carve, then that's that. That's all we're bringing. And I'll use the carve to get to a separate port that I end up putting somewhere else. Get back and forth to this location. That's probably a fairly sensible plan, except for, obviously, it would involve, if I made any trip in and out of here with non-teleportable resources, I would have to change ships at least once. Which is not a complete deal breaker. It's just kind of would be nice to avoid type thing. Okay. Well, there's a bit of copper ore right there. I should probably mine this down a little bit farther so I can see if there's any ore below this point. I don't want to mine it too far down because it's hard to reach the higher depths. Okay, there's more copper. We're about half loaded down with weight. If we get a lot of stone, then we'll leave the stone behind. Like I'll either build a stone pile like that one, or something similar. Although it would be nice to keep track of the stone so that I can come back for it later if I need to. After all, stone is a useful resource. I do want to keep some on hand. be exactly what you need for building certain things. Nope, pickaxe broke. Alright, let's go get that fixed over here at the tool hut. I should move that other... Yeah, let's do that now while I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Wait. No, damn it. All right. See if I can cut a better ramp out of here. Evidently not. Okay, there we go. We'll just juggle the stone out. Okay. There we go. Okay. I don't have any wood on me this time, so we can't build a chest up here to hold non-full stacks of stone. But that's fine. We don't need those right now anyway. Cut this down so we can get that copper. We need 10 more stone. Kind of want to cut this wall down a little bit first before we go mining this copper. Yeah, that's good. Okay. A little bit more stone and we can go build another storage block. If we actually want to transport this anywhere, we're definitely going to want to bring a cart out. The stone, that is, not the copper. Although, obviously... A cart would make hauling the copper out a little easier as well. Haul more bulk out. If it was any farther away from base, I would be definitely making a cart. As it is... cut this back a little farther if I can. Okay, looks like we've just got a little sliver of copper here. mine down, make sure there's not copper beneath this. Go away. Nobody likes you. Okay. Now. Sure there's not any copper out this way. I don't believe there is. Okay, we still have this bunch here. We might probably mine out a few more segments before we have to go drop our stuff off. Hopefully we can get at least 20 copper out of this before having to go back. I would be very surprised if we weren't able to. As witnessed by the fact that we're now at 21. Nighttime, we should probably head back now. How much weight do we have? 278? Okay, let's get a little bit more. And then we're heading back. We're going to start getting waves of gray dwarves in here. And there we go, 300. How much stone do we have? Not very much. Alright, well, let's dump the stone on the ground. We'll come back for it later. Like I said, let's dump the stone on the ground. The stone on the ground. Okay, there we go. We're going to come back for the stone shortly. We have 26 copper on us. That's not bad at all. Not bad at all. Hot bikes here. So we can run back a little faster. Okay. Now, not entirely sure how I want to handle this side of the bridge. I figured out more or less where I want the other side of the bridge and kind of what direction I want it to go in. But I think what I'm going to end up having to do is the bridge is going to have to ramp up and elevate across, because obviously I want to avoid, I want to be able to bring boats underneath it. Because I'll probably leave from like there somewhere to here, roughly, or maybe over to here. Actually, probably right across here is good. And if I leave it elevated, then we can hit across the top of this and actually end up on that slope somewhere where we then curve off up slope. That's probably what's going to end up happening. So I might put like a stone pillar or something right there. Once I can build with stone. Or I might pile up some stone using the hoe. Oh yeah, that's right, of course. Let's go ahead and put 10 copper in here. Okay. Let's repair our crop. And then, boom, copper goes in there. Okay. Sleep until morning. Okay. Oh, I should have made sure I went out there before I slept and loaded this up with coal, because it would have smelted overnight. I didn't think about that. Oh well. Alright, we're back down to being light again. Let's go deal with that stone we left on the bottom of the pit. We still have like a minute and a half of like here. That should help us get back quicker. And then yeah. More mining. So you can get rid of the last of that copper deposit. That should be enough copper for a while. We should get us a carve at a minimum. A cultivator. Bronze axe. All the other super important early game stuff. We might have to go tin mining. Well, we will have to go tin mining, almost certainly. But that's not that big of a deal. I know of a source of lots of tin. Alright, anyway. Here we are, back at the dig. Got our stone. Most of it anyway. Kind of interesting how these rocks appear to be made up of separate segments that break independently. As far as I can tell, they're fixed segments because you stand in the right spot in the rock, you can hit more than one segment at once. But I'm not sure if that's actually the case, or if it uses some system to determine once you start breaking it up, what segments are. I'm guessing it's probably just fixed segments. That would be by far the easiest way to program it. That's probably how I would have done it. Well, I don't know. I'm not overly fond of how Valheim did their terrain in the first place. If I was making the game, I probably would have insisted on some kind of voxel terrain, because I value the ability to have caves far too much to go with non-voxel terrain like Valheim did. Although Valheim's terrain does have the important feature of being simple. I don't really think very much of how they programmed modifying the terrain. At least not initially. I don't know what it's like nowadays, but back when the terrain was, well, when the game was new, you could bring it to its knees pretty quickly by doing a lot of terrain modification in an area. Because how it stored the terrain was, it was calculated from the seed, and then it applied a whole bunch of modification records to that. So every time you smacked it with a pickaxe, it'd make record of that. And effectively it replayed those modifications onto the terrain to get the final shape. Which, yeah. That could get pretty hefty in a hurry. Particularly if you had somebody shaping and reshaping the terrain in an area, trying to get it to look just perfect. I wonder who'd do things like that. Namely, everyone. So it wasn't too hard to have the train system completely fall apart and commit server die. Well, server lag, more like. Alright. It was definitely not an ideal way to handle it. But I believe that they managed to improve performance on behind that significantly. I don't know how they changed it to work later, if it still works the same way but faster, or if they figured out a way to collapse those changes. If I was designing it and had to fix that problem, I probably would have kept the system working as it did, but I would have tried to figure out a way to, instead of storing individual changes, just store some kind of consolidated record that had the end result of the changes. Kind of bake them all together into, on this tile, the height is, sort of thing. Obviously, it'd have to be a little bit more complicated than that due to... Well, I don't know. I don't know what the actual grid size is for the terrain. It might be fine enough that that is exactly what they ended up doing. But the grid's not particularly coarse, I guess. Anyway, I'm not sure if I got everything here. Yeah. Here, what happens if I hit an actual rock? Yeah, it displays a 0, okay. Stag breaker's not a good way to tell if it's underground in this area. Actually... yeah, maybe it is. So I know you can detect some underground stuff with Stag Breaker. Ah, here we go. I know it works better with the, like, obsidian or silver, because those you get a message that says too hard instead of a damage number. So you can easily differentiate between the ores you're looking for and things like random ass rocks. Anyway. Stagdar pings in the area. Okay, that looks like there's something there. Yep. There we go, more copper. Using active Stagdar to hunt for coppering pieces. There we go. Deepen the ground around here a little bit. How much weight do I have with 270? Okay. And we're full up. Okay. Got 42 stone. Okay, I'm gonna drop the ore over there. I'm gonna mine like 5 or 6 more stone so we can build a storage thingy. Okay. Let's get a Stagdar ping over here. Okay. Doesn't seem like there's anything in this area. That's good. I think there's a little bit that way. It's hard to tell it from the tree and the rock that are there, though. Maybe there isn't. Nope, there's some. Okay, we are at 49 rock. That is most distressing. Have to end it there. Let's go get our pickaxe repaired and come back. We have to do that anyway, I guess. Alright. Copper out. There we go. Stone pile buildable. Let me go back and grab the rest of that copper. Right, 238 with 20 copper. So we can definitely mine out a little bit more of this if we want. Let's get a Stagdar ping here. Okay. I think the last pings we have are these lumps here. see. A ping here. Yep. Here it is. Only little shards of copper around here. Also, we're at max weight. Alright, anyway. I believe that's all the copper this area has to hold. We could probably ping around some more and maybe find a tiny little bit here and there, but it's probably not worth it. We got 24 more copper out of that. So let's go back to the house. And by this time, hopefully the copper we put in before we left is done smelting. We'll put another batch in. It's getting to be evening, so we will, or not evening, but afternoon or whatever. Close to evening anyway. Sun's starting to go down. So we will get the smelter filled back up, sleep. That should get the smelter empty again. And we can run even more copper. And also run that way quite a bit. I didn't hook enough of an angle. Or I hooked too much of an angle, depending how you look at it. Swim across right here. Let's just wait for a little bit more stamina and let's go. Some angry great orbs back there. Sucks to be them, I guess. Don't know if we have enough charcoal on hand, so we're definitely going to want to refill that. Okay. Let's grab another 10 copper. We definitely do not have enough charcoal in hand, actually. Well, we've got enough outside, but... yeah, okay. We need to grab another stack of wood. Which is a bit unfortunate, because we're running low on wood, so we have to go make some soon. Which means I need to make a bronze axe. Fuel up the charcoal kilns. That works. Okay. We've got enough coal for one more smelter sequence, and we'll have enough for a couple more out of that as well. Okay, lovely. Now, take a quick nap, and when we get up in the morning, Smelter and kiln should be done. Grab ourselves another 10 copper. Grab ourselves another 20 coal. Technically we don't need the coal because there's more out there waiting for us. But I'm going to go ahead and build it into a... what do I call it? A storage pile. And while we wait for that to smelt, let's go make some bronze. And then hopefully we'll make a bronze axe. I should have got tin ore smelting instead of the copper, because I need more tin. Okay, anyway. The bronze axe requires 8 bronze. We don't have enough for that. We can make the cultivator. We can make the bronze spear. Oh. Heart of the Forest. Requires 5 ancient seeds, Great Orc Shaman, 5 bronze. 50 adrenaline, okay. Not sure what this is for. Okay, the cultivator. Yes, let's make that now. I kind of wanted the axe first, but also the cultivator is pretty integral to the early game experience. Also, I don't know why I bothered to pick up the metal, because we do have the mod that lets us use stuff out of the thing. Let's grab smelter supplies to make a bunch of tin. Okay, cultivator. Spruce up the edge here a little bit. We'll come back through and repathing this. There, it gets smushed. Anyway, we'll come back through and redo the path. I'm just trying to get the edge greened up. Okay. Now, pathin. Trim the grass back a little bit. Okay, look. Need you to leave me alone. Okay. That's much nicer. This needs to be cut back just a little tiny bit more. There we go. We've got some grass along the edge of our path. Looks much nicer now. Looks less sturdy and barren through there. While at the same time still being obviously a path. Meanwhile, let's do the same thing over here to this side of the house. Alright. We don't actually want grass underneath the foundation, though. Trim that back just a little bit. There we go. Don't lie, even if they hand over the copper, they'll still be hurt. Well, not if they leave me alone. Anyway, hello, survey. Let's get that tin going so we can make more stuff. All right. Wait, can I not repair the cultivator? Oh, I need to repair it over here, that's right. It's a metal tool. I forgot that the metal tools have to be repaired there. Somehow. That is a silly thing to forget, but anyway. Let's cut down these young trees, make a little more room here. Because I want to put in a little farm plot here. Okay. Go. Get rid of this rock. One nice thing about farming in Valheim, you don't have to pick rocks past the initial time, of course. It's a much-loved yearly tradition at any kind of real farm. There may be a smidgen of sarcasm in the much-loved part. Okay. I'm going to square up this edge a little bit. Okay. That should do. Smooth it a bit. Okay. If I smack it right there once, hopefully that won't screw it up. See if you can pull the train this way a little bit more. Okay. I actually do want to have a little terrace here. But to get a more of a cliff edge on it, we have to pickaxe it a little. Could you not? Not sure what he thought he was doing. Okay. That'll do, I think. Make sure the bees are still happy with their position there. And then we can go ahead and cultivate the ground over here. We don't need a huge farm plot or anything. In fact, I think I'm gonna made that a little too large. I'm gonna trim that back some. There we go. That'll do. That will do. I want this to be a little bit lower. Okay. 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 Now, let's go ahead and put a bit of a fence right along the edge here. Kind of like that. I'm going to leave this rock here deliberately. Kind of like the way it looks. I think we'll leave the rest of it unfenced for now. I'll remove that last bit. That doesn't need to be there. Okay. You could probably put like a second beehive there maybe later. But for now, Where did I put those carrot seeds? Now, I remember in days of yore, you planted carrots and you planted carrot seeds to grow more seeds separately. Apparently that is no longer the case. Because it doesn't give me an option to plant a separate carrot seed plant. So I'm just going to assume that I'm not totally wasting these seeds. Okay. Got ourselves a few carrots to hopefully will produce more seeds. Okay, it used to be you had to maintain 2 separate fields. One for seeds, and then one for the actual product. Which was odd. But okay, let's grab our tin. And then this should let us make a bronze axe. Okay. That's most of our bronze right there. But now we can retire the old axe and use the bronze one. And more importantly, we can we're gonna call it. Actually, here. Give me all that stone. We can cut fine wood. Go ahead and put a stack of stone over here. Go. Let's go turn this wood into charcoal. And then there's not any kind of tool rack or anything nowadays, is there? We could make anvils. We could make the forge cooler bucket if we had more fine wood. So we could make various improvements to that. We could make another improvement to the workbench with bronze. Okay, well that's all nice and good, but that's not necessarily what I'm looking for. There is an item stand. I remember that being mostly for decoration, not really a good place to store a tool. Alright, well surely there's got to be more wood around here somewhere. I didn't just put all of it in the thing, did I? I guess I did. Okay, well. Those can get ditched, you can go into the storage, you can get ditched, you can go into the storage. I need you. You can go into the storage. You go into the storage. about night again. Let's go out to the... down the creek a little ways and dump this stuff. Old axes get trashed. As well as that extra hammer I made early on when I accidentally used up all my hammer before I had a workbench I could repair at. That is a classic Valheim mistake that I have definitely made many times before. Oh, come on. Alright. So let's go collect our shiny new charcoal. Kickbot. Yes, there is a kickbot. Let's make it go away. There. Get wrecked, kickbot. Add the fuel pile there. Should be plenty of weight to use to haul. I need to find myself a 1-star boar, or even better, a 2-star boar. Build an animal pen and get it tamed. We don't have the materials for that yet, though. Okay. Now I need to find more bees. Alright, wood cutting time. We can cut fine wood now, so we probably should do that. That's an interesting looking tree. It's kind of oblong looking. I don't know if it actually is or if it's just the way the texture seam lines up that makes it look that way. Anyway. We'll go ahead and remove these two. Oh, I should grab the cultivator and our beech seeds and start going on a replanting spree too. I don't think I want to bother trying to tame 0-star boars. They just don't seem worth the trouble. But if I can get a 2-star boar, that is entirely a different story. Yeah, 2-star are worth it, for sure. I'm gonna remove these saplings, and then we'll come back in a bit with some seeds and replant a bunch of trees that will actually grow up. Okay, we do have some beech seeds already. Let's go get some more in the cultivator and we can start reforesting the area that we cut earlier. Cultivator. Beech seeds. We'll keep the birch seeds for now. We don't need to replant those just yet. The main thing I'm interested in is making sure this hill doesn't look empty. So I don't really want there to be large clearings just uphill of the house. And as far as this area, I would like to have relatively dense trees planted in here so I can harvest them later. I don't want to go down that slope though, because that'll get annoying in a hurry. Needs more room to grow, it says. Fix your wagon. How about you? I left the, what do I call it? The pickaxe behind. We need to remove some of these rocks. Oh well. And this one was planted too close to the log. I did remember that. Come back and cut the log out. Solve that problem rather quickly. Let's go get the pickaxe. I should have not left it behind, but I wanted to save a little more weight. We can drop off some of the wood we've collected since then. I should clear a larger area so we can have large wood piles somewhere. According to that, it's going to take an hour for the carrots to grow. Don't appreciate that. Let's repair our axe while we're down here. And then the actual thing I came down here for. Let's grab... Okay. Now let's go remove those rocks next to those saplings uphill. Damn it. There we go. I'd like to request you please stop bothering me. Thank you. Okay, that one wasn't enough. Didn't really think it would be, but that was enough though. Okay, now about you. There we go. I wish these saplings stood out a little better so I could tell how far apart they were. There's a way to handle that so it's easier to tell where you want saplings and where you don't need them. And that is effectively to just clear the whole area. And like pathing the whole area so there's no grass. But that's dumb. Anyway, you can plant trees pretty close together and they will grow. And that makes them even easier to cut because then they just collapse on each other and clear the area pretty quickly. Stump I missed earlier. Should be far enough away from the rock and that bush. Okay. Lovely. I really need to stop gathering standard wood though. Like, it's not that I don't need it. It's that I need fine wood more. So I think we're going to leave our little beach forest alone for now and go wander farther afield in search of more fine wood. Ugh. Get that log pile built up a little bit. Okay. Store that away. Put our seeds. Let's repair the cultivator and stuff before we... Put the cultivator away as well. Alright. Now. Let's head out this way, just for no particular reason. Get well away from the house, and then we'll just start cutting some fine wood everywhere we find it. And of course we need to go, I don't know how much fine wood I want to cut. Like, I don't want to cut a huge amount. But also I want, like, I don't know, maybe 50 or so on hand. And then we need to go back over to the dark forest. And we need to cut core wood. Because we're going to need a bunch of core wood to build the bridge. And I do want to build the bridge. How much weight do we have? 150 about? Okay, we can cut several more trees minimum. Back here, damn it. Okay. I don't think I can cut great wood yet. I think great wood, I think is what it's called. Or is it dark oak? I don't remember. Stuff that appears in those giant trees that are just in the middle of an empty area usually. I don't think I can cut that with this axe yet. I think I need the iron axe for that. But I should probably go find a tree and whack it once or twice just to confirm. I think there's one just uphill where we were cutting beech. Okay, looks like we got 50 standard wood and 41 fine, which means the total we'll have about 50 fine wood back at the house. So let's go back to the house, let's repair our axe, and let's go smack the oak that's over that away. I do kind of want to dig this center channel out that I can park a boat in there. Okay, that looks really cool. Is there actually a separate wood pile for fine wood? No, there does not appear to be. Okay. Oh yeah, there is. Wait a second. Let's go ahead and place one of these then. We'll put it right over there. Boom. One less thing that has to be in storage. I'll have to remember that I have all my fine wood stacked out there, but that's not that huge of a problem. Core wood. Sun's going down, so you probably better not go cut with core wood right now, because we'll just turn around and come back. What do I need to build the carve? 30 fine wood, which we've got. 10 deer hide. 20 resin, which we easily have. And I think we actually have enough bronze on hand to make the nails. We've got 20 nails here. There's 40 nails. There was 80 nails, right? Yes, okay. Yeah, we've got enough bronze to make all the nails for the carve. Beautiful. Now, we've got everything we need except the fine wood, and that's in a pile. Actually, damn it, I shouldn't have built that fine wood pile. I didn't realize I was going to be that close to being able to build the carve. Okay, we got to go get the materials because there's the resin and 10 deer hide. Okay. Get away from my farm. Yeah, see? That would look pretty nice out here. But we would definitely have to deepen the channel. So we're likely going to be sticking it out here for now, which means I need to get some standard wood so we can build a temporary thingy out there. I just killed your buddy right here on this very spot a few minutes ago. What are you doing? Where are you coming from? Why are you insisting on inflicting on my farm with your presence? Okay. put a temporary thingy there. And then the carve can go just off the shore. Right there. Beautiful. Our boat is fit for sailing. Let's see if we can avoid that rock. Let's paddle it over to the other inlet. We could probably sail it up that stream a little tiny bit, but not very far. This is a fairly shallow draft. I believe we just ran over a neck. Okay, so the question is, how far in here can we get before we run aground? And the answer seems to be pretty far, actually. We did run it aground slightly here. But if you remove that big rock, we could probably sail the carve right in here. Okay. Shallower draft than I thought it was. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Gotta get its nose back. There we go. It's nighttime, so we got a stupid gray dwarf out. Let's go take a quick nap and then we'll get back to carving a channel. No, I'm not sorry. Okay. Let's go and delete this temporary thingy there. Okay, carve's in good shape. Yeah, I'm bored, damn it. Let's get rid of that damn neck. Okay, so if we're going to dock the carve in here, I'm going to need to either widen the channel a little bit, or I'm going to have to mark the channel. Also, I don't want to drop the sails. What am I doing? And we just ran aground on another rock. Okay, this rock's got to go. The fact that that little rock was the only thing we ran aground on, though, and that we can wade around in this is pretty nice, honestly. There's a narrow bit right here. The rock that's got to go. Yeah, if we get rid of a couple rocks in here, we can just park the carb in this little area and build a little dock out here for it, maybe. Nothing too fancy. Just kind of a little... I wouldn't even dignify it by calling it a pier. A small structure intended to support a boat, maybe we call it. That, or... if I wanted to be slightly fancier, we could slightly widen this area, and then over here, we could put in a boathouse. And we make this just slightly deeper, maybe just slightly larger, we could have a turning pool here, and then we can sail in and out through this little channel here. Because I think this pool would be large enough that we could turn around in it. If we maybe cut the tip off that peninsula, and maybe even without doing that. So it would kind of make sense to put in a small boathouse over there, perhaps. Or... and this is another possibility. We could put in the boathouse right there. I like that idea even more. We can leave this little peninsula right here. We can cut this channel right here slightly larger. The carve can park right there. We've got a little area we can back the boat out into and turn it around when we're done. And then sail in and out that channel. I like this idea quite a lot. And it won't require messing up most of the lagoon. Yeah. We can put a little road right around there. Leave these trees in, put the road right through here. Like this. Behind the trees. And have it come out right in here. Okay. I believe this is exactly what we're going to do. Unfortunately, we don't have a stone cutter yet. So we can't make the foundations for the boathouse stone. But That's a minor issue, all things considered. Okay. Now, I am going to need a bunch of wood. We'll start with that. Actually, no, let's start with this core wood. And we'll place some posts. Oh, I need the normal wood too, because I do want... Well, I'm going to need a workbench over there too. Oh, and the real reason I came over here, other than imagining where I wanted my little road to go through, it's because I'm using tools. And I'm going to go ahead and lay that road out now while I'm thinking about it. At least the basics of it. Very incomplete path. Could you stop disturbing me while I'm working? Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Future boathouse path. Definitely needs widening and improvement, but this is what we're going to have eventually. Let's go ahead and clear out some of these saplings along it. We're going to be doing a lot of smoothing and such like in this area. Eventually. Like this little wrinkle in the terrain there is definitely not going to be allowed. There's some ruined pens. We might end up, speaking of pens, we might end up putting the boar pens over here somewhere. Or over there somewhere. Along this road. We'll leave those saplings there for now. I kind of like them. And if we removed them, it'd be hard to get them back. But these saplings are going to go. That beech tree is probably going to go. Yeah, it's got to go. Okay. We can always replant full-grown beeches. Or replant things that will become full-grown beeches. We're definitely going to have to make an expedition to get more core wood. Because we're going to want... Well, we're going to need core wood to support the roof, if nothing else. Because the Carve is a relatively small boat, but it is still a boat. Okay. Now, I don't think the... Yeah, the terrain grid is not going to be kind to us here. I would kind of like to build a line to the terrain grid because it makes it much easier when you're digging something like this. But since we're not doing that, we're going to have to fight against it, which means we're going to have to dig the hole a little bit oversize. And then define the interior walls of the boathouse using wooden, hopefully later stone walls. Okay. We don't really need to dig this much deeper, but I'm going to give it a couple smacks to get rid of the reeds. We don't really need to make this much wider either. I think we'll leave these reeds here for now. I'll consider it. Move that back just a hair. And then this over here will be the other corner. We will be able to fill it in a little bit. We probably will. Okay. Let's go ahead and put in that. We are going to want a permanent crafting bench out here. Partially because it defines owned areas. Okay, the back corner of the building will be right there, I believe. And then as far as width of the building goes, let's do it like that. And that'll be the inside dimension, I think. Also, these aren't placed identically, but that's fine. We're just laying out the shape right now. Let's use the short one. What? Go. Let's use the 2-meter beam. Boom, boom, boom. And then you. Snap top. Okay, that works. Now it's the same. And then for boat length, we'll use 3 of them. Yeah, damn it. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a big enough boathouse. Okay. We're going to have to move that workbench, but that's fine. This was never a permanent location for it anyway. Okay, the workbench is probably going to go into a little hut over here somewhere. So it's got to be close enough that we can easily repair the boat. That is, after all, its intended purpose. Okay, and we're out of core wood. But that's the basic outline of the interior of the building. Let's make sure the carve is going to fit in that. We might need to make it wider. I can already tell this is going to be a bit of a squeeze. No, this is fine. Yeah, that's about right, actually. Like, this is not going to be where the walls are. Well, it's going to be where some walls are. It's going to be where the interior walls are. But then there's going to be a platform around the outside, and then there's going to be outer walls and the actual roof. So this is just where the water is going to be, more or less. So we'll actually bring the dirt in a little bit. And then this is going to get grassed. Some of it. Yeah, okay. We need to get more core wood, though, before I can do much of anything else with this. Let's go ahead and work on leveling the path here a bit more. So this is one problem with just using the level tool to make a path. You'll quickly end up with it being bulged, which means you kind of got to come in with the pickaxe and fix the ground a little bit, and then re-level. There's a bit of wood that got missed. I deleted a building in this area, and I must have missed a little bit underground. Rid of this rock. Or if you come in with the cultivator and pull the edges in with grass, and then we'll probably push them back out again a little bit until I'm happy with the exact edges. For now I'm just shaping the terrain, which means the path's going to be a little wider than I necessarily want it. And not quite in exactly the right spot. Also, this rock's got to go. Okay. Alright, let's go repair our tools, and then we'll sleep for the night, and then we'll go cut core wood. And I can work more on this path later. Okay. Why are we carrying so much weight? Meat. We'll get rid of some of that. Okay. Should be good. The carrots have about 2 minutes to grow. Some of them. Some of them are more like 4. Okay, we'll come back in a bit. Harvest those. For now, core wood. We must not forget our mission. We should be able to find some pines somewhere between us and where the what do I call it was. Copper mine. We'll head more or less that way. And then we'll murder every pine we see until we can't carry any more wood. And then we'll probably end up building some... Actually, if we head over more toward where that copper mine is, then we can make stacks of normal wood there at the tool hut. And I can just come back to that later. The core wood is the stuff we actually want. We're going to use that to make the frame of the building. And it's not like we can't just collect plenty of normal wood wherever we want. Anyway. Yeah, there's plenty of pines here we'll murder. Starting with this one. Stupid boar followed us all the way here. I guess he gets what he deserves. Chop this vine down as well. How much normal wood do we have? Yeah, okay. Well, worst case also, we can build a chest at the tool repair station. Yeah, okay, we got plenty of space to carry back a ton of material. Back here, damn it. Stop trying to run away from me. Oh boy. Okay, we've got 42 core wood. We might just bring the normal wood back with us instead of trying to. Because we should be able to cut at least a couple more trees. That'll give us a good amount of core wood. It's not like we're going to be... Oh, come on. Come on. Let me hit the damn stump. There we go. Not like we're going to have a complete shortage. And not like we're going to be using a ton of core wood in the structure either. I mean, we'll use a bunch. Don't get me wrong. We're definitely going to use a bunch. Okay, where in the hell did you come from? And what's it going to take to make you go back to there? solve that problem. We have 57 core wood, and about 70 something normal wood, and we're pretty much full. Okay, that's good. We'll head back. Used up about half our axe. We could drop off some normal wood and get a little more core wood. That would be no big deal, but it's, yeah, not worth it. Not really worth it. There's a bear. Thankfully, he didn't seem overly interested in me. Which is good, because while I would like to eat bear, I don't believe I have sufficient weaponry to take that particular one on right now. So rather than eating bear, he would probably be eating human instead. And I would rather that didn't happen. Anyway. There should be enough material to get a good chunk of the building completed. We'll definitely need more normal wood too, which I guess is one reason why I'm willing to bring some back, despite the otherwise annoying length of the trip. No. Carrot's almost done. I'm going to leave the rest of those because now that I think about it, I wonder if I just leave them long enough if they will go to seed. Hopefully that's the case because I definitely need more carrot seeds. Okay. Now. Snap this onto the end here. Boom. I might want to see if I can remove just a little bit of... Okay, I've got to make some repairs. One thing that's going to be annoying that I can't really do anything about is any of these pillars that touch the water, they're going to be perpetually damaged. I'm pretty sure there's exactly zero I can do about that. It's just the way the game works. Okay, anyway. Snap those two on. Okay, beautiful. Now, similarly, any of these walls we put in here, they're gonna, any of them that touch the water are gonna be damaged constantly. They're just gonna be that way. Nothing I can do about it. I'm gonna dig this out a little deeper. The boat can hopefully rest in there without making a mess. And I might cut out a slightly larger bit there. So we can get in and out of here easier. Well, you know what? No, we're not going to do that way. I'm going to make this slightly longer instead. Or move it slightly back farther, I should say. Yeah. Okay. Go. And there we go. Cut this back just a little bit. Gotta be careful because you don't want to make it too deep. And it's easier to make it shallower again in some ways. Along the edges at least. In the middle, we definitely want it as deep as we can get it. But not necessarily yet. Okay. Lovely. Now, that's the new boathouse. Let's cut this edge off a little bit. The reason being is so that we can pull the boat in more easily. Gotta be careful because I don't want to get rid of all of those reeds and stuff. They are cool. And then put on the interior walls. These are going to be perpetually half-rotten looking until we can eventually replace them with stone someday, hopefully. That will be quite a ways down the road, but oh well. Unfortunately, the Vikings didn't know about pressure treating yet. Okay, there's the interior walls of the Okay, now do I want to make this 2 blocks long or 1 block long? I think we're going to make the interior 2 blocks wide. And eventually this is all going to get replaced with stone. The foundation part is. And I am going to regret not waiting until then to build it. Okay. That tree is gonna have to go, I think. This is gonna get trimmed down. I have to give it a little bit of pickaxing in strategic spots. So we can round this out just a little bit. Make it look slightly less unnatural. Okay. When we grass that over, it'll look a lot better. I hope. All right. That looks good. Let's get rid of this bush. Now, we might remove this top rail, but I think I'm going to leave it on the inside just because I think I'm going to like the way it looks. But I don't know for sure yet. So provide a nice, provide a nice line between the inner well and the outer building. Yeah. This got to be cut down a little bit more. Better. Okay. Hope that'll work. Yeah, it's going to be cut down a little bit more. We can raise the ground back up against it later, maybe. But for now, it's got to come down more. I don't want the dirt sticking up through the floor or anything like that, so it's got to come down more. Okay. Is that going the same way? Looks like it. And we're out of wood. You can begin to see how things are going to look here. Let's go back. Let's sleep for the night. Let's repair our gear. And then we will wake up and collect some wood from those piles and go work on that some more. Also, I need to relight my torches. Torches using fuel is kind of cool, but also it's really a pain to deal with. Gotta run around, refuel all your torches periodically, and if you build a big, big fancy-looking structure, sometimes it can take quite a while to not only remember where all you put torches, but then go deal with them. Okay. 50 wood's a good start. If we need more, we can come back for another pile. We will need more. This place is going to use up a lot of wood building it. It would be a much nicer structure if I could use stone. Because all this foundation would be made with stone then. And then we wouldn't have to worry about it rotting in the water. Or any mechanics like that. Okay. Put another temporary crafting bench over here. Keep the buildable area a little more convenient. Okay, there's the outer perimeter wall done. Let's go ahead and finish the floor. Technically, if I didn't mind this weathering, we would be done already. Or at least could be done already. And we're out of wood. Okay. In some ways, I'm kind of tempted to just leave it weather. Didn't I bring the cultivator along with me? I guess not. Okay. Yeah. No. It'll look really ugly if it's all green and stuff, so we'll put a proper roof over it. But it is going to have to be a large enough roof to fit the carve in and out. Actually, wondering if I made it wide enough now. Because the carved sails are kind of wide. We might have to be careful where we put the posts. Okay. I'm going to sail out into the main, I don't know what you want to call it, pond. We're going to turn around in there, and then we're going to sail forward into the new boathouse foundation, just to see what it's like sailing in and out of that. If it's really, really annoying to sail into, we might have to change the shape of the coastline a little bit more. turning around in here is inexperienced, but it's not too bad as far as such things go. I might want to modify the ground a little bit over there, but we'll see. And we're high centered on something. Okay. Well, this is part of what we're doing this for. So I can tell where I need to modify the terrain. At least it's not a spot that has lots of cool looking reeds and stuff. We're definitely not getting the bigger boats in here though. That is not happening. So it's a good thing I'm not intending to. I mean, I kind of wanted to initially, but it's not going to happen. No way, no how. This is a carved dock only. And it does look like sailing the carve into the boathouse will be no big deal. Okay, good. No, don't do that, fool. The other way. There we go. Centering it up in the carved boathouse is a different story. Okay, we need to deepen this some more, but I knew that already. I deliberately had it a bit too shallow in spots with the full intention of deepening it later. Because that part's easy to do. See how we're in chest-high water most of this? And we even have a little bit of area down to that swimming depth only. That's about right. Make sure it's nice and smooth. Okay. Yeah, we should be able to dock the carve, no problem. Jump out onto the dock, and there we are. Carve docked. And it did look like the sails were going to fit inside as long as we didn't put any posts in inconvenient spots. Yeah, you can see how everything is deteriorated to like half health here. and you can visibly see it slowly tick down, that's because it's in the water. And there is nothing you can do about it. Except repair it every time you see it. That's a fruitless endeavor. You might as well not waste your time. That's why it's much better to use a stone foundation on these things, but we don't have stone yet, so... future Milo will have to come back and deal with that. Luckily, it'll be relatively easy. We'll just come back, rip out all the flooring and all the other non-structural bits. We'll leave the core wood frame. Then we'll build a stone foundation in instead. Support the existing core wood on that foundation, which with the current design should be just how it is naturally. And then we can rip out the old core wood interior wall frame and it'll be just fine. I kind of want to embed posts in the ground like this. As long as they're in the dirt, they shouldn't rot. So these will be permanent foundation pieces. Or at least permanent for now, TM. These will be the posts that the actual roof is going to be connected to. Or the footers for those posts, I guess. Okay. Lovely. Now, we can put tall posts on top of those. Snap them right on there. This is as close as we're going to get to an outer wall on this structure. It's not going to have walls. It's going to be open air with a roof hanging over top of it. Yeah. I think this will be tall enough on its own that we can just put here. This beach gotta go. It's too close. And I don't want it falling on top of the structure later. Means I need to go get more. I really need to find another beehive. I should probably stop wasting my honey on anything except actually important things. Okay, anyway, that's beside the point. Now, let's find out. Do I need to use 45 degree? Let's put this farther in. That should be good for seeing if this is going to make it over top of the mast. Yeah, that'll clear the mast easily. This post right here. Okay, and then we put a 2-meter beam across the middle. If I can. I'll have to get up there somehow, so I can place these in place. But yeah, this would be a perfectly fine pattern for the boathouse. So let's go ahead and put in these. Well, I'm out of core wood. Alright, but anyway, that's how the basic rafters are going to be. And there will be a straight beam across the end of there, holding those two together, giving us kind of a, I don't know, framed look to it. And I might... I don't have a steeper piece I can put in here as a brace. I could if I was using the shallower roof, or, you know, the shallower beams, but there's no way that would clear the mast, so we can't do that. So I can't give it an even more braced look. And we do have to account for the boat being side to side a little bit inside this. I'm probably going to put a little bump out on the back here. Or in fact, let's go ahead and do that right now. I have to cut this down a hair. Not much, just a little tiny bit. That'll do. And there will be a crafting station right here. That'll be for repairing the boat, repairing the building, things like that. It'll have its own little walls and a small section of roof. For now, let's go repair our tools. Eat a berry for a bit more stamina. Harvest the honey. Okay. I need to finish this path too. And I need to go get more core wood. We'll worry about that later. Now, let's put in some posts. Provide visual support for that. We'll put taller posts. Put smaller posts on their tops. And then walls. Because the workbench needs more than just columns. Okay. I'm going to leave those upper gaps in if I can. I think it'll look cool. That can go right there. Crafting station 2 exposed. Damn it. Okay, no, we can't do that then. Actually, I wonder how exactly it defines 2 exposed. Can we do... if I put another chunk of roof there, well, obviously that one is insufficient, but if I put it in the middle, no, okay, we're going to have to put a back wall piece in the middle, I think. No, that's still not good enough. Does it need better sidewalls? Because I really don't want to have to put in sidewalls. Better ones anyway. It might not work until we put up the actual main roof of the area. For now, I'm just going to not worry about it, and we will hope that it ends up functioning without too much more fuss later. It'll be sufficient for yeah. It'll be sufficient for repairing our tools for now. We're not repairing our tools, but working on our boat. Alright, we gotta get more core wood. Which means let's drop what we've got off, and then sleep, and then we head back out for the forest in the morning. Oh wait, we actually have quite a lot of normal wood, okay. Let's go put those stacks out. Core wood in there. Why do I have the fine wood in here when it can go in the chest with the rest of the wood over here? Let's go put these stone stacks outside. Okay. Repair our tools. Okay. I definitely have the mats for stone buildings. I haven't unlocked them yet. I think you need iron for stone, and I have not even seen a swamp yet. So it'll be a little bit. We do have a boat now, so we could go sailing looking for a swamp. However, I'm not willing to wait that long. Let's repair our axe before we go. And then it's back out to the copper mine area to get core wood. And of course it would be raining a little bit. Use Ike Fear. That'll make the trip out a lot more pleasant. Didn't eat for buffs? Well, we got berries and honey, which are the two most convenient and abundant sources of stamina food we have right now. I do have some carrots, which is probably a better stamina food. I haven't actually looked at their stats. Do you happen to know, Survey, how do you get carrot seeds nowadays? It used to be that you had to plant a separate carrot seed plant. Is that still the case? Because I didn't see it as an option. There's a bear. I would really rather not tie him on. Well, if you don't know off the top of your head, then I'll just look it up whenever I think about it next. Okay. Murder some pine trees. Come on, let me hit the damn stump. There we go. So hopefully this trip will get us enough core wood to finish the building. So we're just going to do the rafters with core wood. The roof itself is obviously normal wood. We're pretty much done with walls, which when you harvest your first carrot, you get a recipe to plant carrots for more seeds. Apparently it's still the only way besides finding random carrots. Alright, well, rip. We have to find some more carrot seeds then. But I planted them all and harvested them all. Or I didn't harvest them all, I harvested about half of them. But I didn't get a recipe to plant right away. So I was like, I wonder if they changed it. Maybe made it so if you left them sit too long, they turn into carrot seeds. That'd be cool. More realistic. Of course, that's not how that works. That's fine. Finding carrot plants isn't that hard. They're all over the place, from what I remember anyway. I just have to go looking for them. Which I probably should do soon. Yeah, it sounds like they didn't change a thing about the way carrots work then. Oh, and all my food's decayed. Decayed as in the buffs ran out, not decayed as in rotted away. Okay, how much weight do I have on me? 285. And with this bunch, we're at 299. Alright, I believe that's 61 core wood. Let's just dump that resin on the ground, pick up one last wood. That's 70 normal wood. We'll just book it back to the old house. Hopefully without running into the bear that's right over that way somewhere. probably sleep through the rain because I don't feel like building during it. Unfortunately, the egg theory buff ran out sometime during that wood cutting session. You can plant grown carrots to get seeds. I should check. Because if it lets me do that, that'd be optimal. That would save me from having to go hunt down more seeds. Because even if they are relatively common, it would still be something that I would have to go do. Yeah, they did a really good job with this game's art style. Its textures are all extremely pixelated, but it's not obvious that they're extremely pixelated. It's not until you look closely at the world that you realize just how lacking in detail the textures are. Rain's more or less stopped. Maybe we won't sleep. I want to grab the cultivator anyway, so I can experiment with grass over around the new boathouse area. I kind of wish they let you plant reeds and stuff using the cultivator too. Similar to the way you can regrass ground. Okay, where did I put that damn cultivator? There it is. How much do you weigh? 2. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Let's go ahead and put the neck away. Oh, yep, you can plant grown carrots for seed carrot. Okay, nice. Let's do that then. I don't actually want to eat any of these carrots. I want them all for seed. Let's pick the carrots I left in. No, not you. You. Okay. Because we need a lot more seeds before I start using carrots for anything. Okay. Pull the grass in a little bit, narrow that path up slightly. I am going to be repathing through here. So if it's too narrow, that's fine, because I'm going to fix it. Okay, which I kind of like. This section right here is about perfect. This section's a little narrow. This section's a little narrow. This is too narrow. This is about right, okay. Now, I want the path to be more that way to avoid those little trees. And then we just kind of go right through here. Avoid that stump. Oh, come on. There we go. It's definitely too wide now, though. Damn it. Can you be just a little bit more chill? Okay, that kind of works. Let's push this edge out just a hair bit. Yeah, that's pretty okay. Kind of want to flatten over this way just a little bit more. Okay, that's really nice. Gonna go ruin half my work right there. Let's grass this inside edge a little bit. Okay, dandelions on the ground for now. Drop that stack of wood for now. We'll be back to finish this up once I've placed a few pieces of stuff. There we go. Rafters are done on this side. Obviously, to actually support the roof, they're going to have to be a little more braced and such like. But that's the basic shape in. Now, snap those into place. Lovely. I can't reach. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's... that way lieth insanity. Let's get up on the roof and do this properly. Okay. So the cross bracing there is purely for looks. I don't think it actually gives any strength to the structure. Well, maybe it does a little bit. Probably not. And I think we're gonna... I don't have enough core wood to do this. But I kind of want to run beams down the length of the building like that. Probably one here, and one on the inside here. The bottom one's the most important one. And I want them to be snapped on to If I can get it to happen. Like here on this one, you can get it to snap where you want it. Either the top side or the bottom side of the beam. I kind of want this one down here to snap onto the bottom side of the beam again, which means I think I'm going to have to add tails to the bottom of this. Get it to snap into the right spot. Like if I put that there, and then I put a cross beam in. Will it snap into the right spot? Maybe not. I might have to remove this beam temporarily and replace it with, like this one I'm pretty sure we can remove because it's already got a support beam there. So actually if I put this in, you're not straight. I just realized. Looks about right. Okay. Actually, no, it might have been going in the right spot. It's just hard to tell. And then you snap onto the bottom there like so. And that does not look right. Because it isn't right. That's why. That is right. Okay, yeah, okay. I see what we got going on here now. You go there, and you go there. And that'll run all the way down to the end. And then we have the thatch roof go on here. Like that. And it'll look all nice and robust and cool, and at least that's the theory. Let's go get that wood I dropped back on the path. Okay. I'm going to do just between these two pieces all the way across. Make it so we have a reference to work off of. And we don't quite have enough core wood to finish it. Damn it. Oh well. Okay, you will then go like that, like that. And then we use one of these peak pieces, which I do like these pieces, but it's kind of rare that you actually get to use them. Oh, come on, damn it. There we go. Now. Ah. Getting detail pieces in is such a pain in the butt. That looks pretty nice, if I must say so myself. And then we can put on a dragon head on the end if you wanted. We'd have to go get some fine wood for that, but we could put it there if we felt like it. Okay, now the big question is, with that section of roof on, crafting station's too exposed still. Well, screw you too. Okay, let's remove those decorative side pieces. And let's put proper back walls. Crafting station 2 exposed. Okay. Let's put thicker, sturdier side walls in. Okay, it's probably the roof then. Which is a little odd. What happens if I do this? A little bit of a chin. There we go. I can use it. Okay. So I can probably remove these side walls, and it'll probably work better. If I had to guess. Yep. And can I remove those walls and have it still work? Yes. Okay, so that does mean we can put the decorative brace beams back in. Good, because I thought those looked kind of cool. Okay. Let's put those roof pieces in, or floor pieces, because they'll make a nice little lowered roof. And we need to get some resin so we can build standing torches or something in here. Yeah, I'm not going to waste copper making sconces. Not right now, anyway. Maybe someday. Alright, to get up on the roof to actually build the thing, we won't be able to run around on the 45-degree slope. We'll just slide right off. So we're going to have to put up temporary scaffolding. There's no point to do that until we have the core wood we need. So we need to get more core wood. Also, I want this to go a little wider through here. It's not flat enough. Alright. Let's go sleep for the night. We'll come back. We'll work on that some more. We might have to go outside and kill that bastard. Yep. Can you not be an ornery git? Okay. Well, the thatch roof isn't the robust part, certainly. The robust part is the frame that the thatch roof is going to go on. And someday, when I have stone, assuming I care about this place at all by that point, we might put in a stone foundation and actual nicer roofing material. And keep the basic design of the building. More likely, we'll build a much larger version of that building, wherever we're actually going to keep our end game boat. Or not end game boat, but later game boat, I suppose. We need to eat again. Okay. Grass. Okay. And pathin to remove excess grass that we just placed. So we have hopefully exactly the right amount of grass. Not too much, not too little. Just right. That works pretty well. Yeah. Good enough for what it's for, I think. It doesn't have to be a perfect path. It only has to be good enough. Okay, now we want to get this more or less level with the edge of the platform here. That's pretty decent, if I must say so myself. Damn it. I don't want to pull it up quite that high. But we're going to have to, and then I'll cut it back with the pick. And I'll try to level it again. And hopefully we'll get something a little bit closer to the to correct. No, damn it, stop it. Okay, that one was just a hair bit too much cut. No! It's so close! Okay, I think that's good enough. Yeah, that's good enough. Ooh, that's perfect. Okay. And this side I don't mind if there's a bit of a drop off. Because I actually want there to be a bit of a drop off. I'm gonna grass the shit out of this. If I can. And I don't want it sticking up through the boards. Okay. I like that. I don't like this, which means we're going to have to push that back a little bit. Fix it. That's actually right about perfect. A little too close there. See if I can fix it though. Because I do want grass to be there, just not showing through the boards. Ooh, that's perfect. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. And then yeah, we'll leave this swampy. I was briefly thinking about raising the ground just slightly here, so I could grass over this. But no, I think we'll leave it swampy. I can always change my mind later. Okay. Well, we need to go get core wood. Also, I'm trying to decide if I want to put stringers across the back. I definitely do want to from there to there, and then across here, and then there to there. But we need more core wood for that. So let's go dump all of our crap that is not required for building this. And let's go get core wood. Some parts of that path are a little too narrow. Come on. Just nip the corner off that grass. Right like that. Perfect. Now, what do we got over here? Don't want to make it look too wide, because that's bad. But it can't be too narrow either. So like this right through here is about perfect. This is a little bit too wide, I think. Let's see if I can... Ooh, that's perfect. Okay. And then... That's okay. Can I bring this in just a little tiny bit? Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Alright. Yeah, that looks great. Okay, now. Yeah, this is really cool. That's going to look nice when it's done. Which it is getting pretty close. Another load of core wood, hopefully. And then roofing it properly. Let's go place these 2 stacks of normal wood outside. Boom. There we go. It almost looks like it's piled there. Like normally piled there. Okay. Let's grab a little bit of food. Boom, boom, boom. And then auto stack that bullshit. Let's repair our tools. Okay, we need to go get more tin too, but not right now. Because right now, we gotta get core wood. You can see that bridge is starting to weather because it's not roofed. We'll see how it looks. Maybe I'll leave it that way. Okay. I'm actually having second thoughts about crossing the river. I want to cross back over because I realize we only have 2 minutes of rested buff left. I kind of want the full 12 before we actually head out to cut wood. And it is about noon. Okay, it's not too bad. It'd be better to go out to cut wood in the morning, but you can't have everything, I suppose. I do wish the game would stop spawning rocks and stuff like that on terrain that you've modified. am I doing? I don't want to actually... I don't want to sleep. I just want to... Okay. There we go. Rested buff is back. For some reason it wasn't showing the resting message. Okay, off we go. I really like how games like this, you pick a spot and you start building there, and it doesn't take that long before the spot is completely unrecognizable. Just from small tweaks you've made, buildings you placed, you know, ways you've modified the ground around it. In this case, it's still pretty... It's not too unrecognizable or anything. But it's pretty obvious we've made some significant changes to the exact flow of the terrain. Things like the little path that follows the creek. Obviously the buildings themselves, modifying the pond so we can get the carve in and out. That's probably not going to be our long-term base, purely because it's going to be too difficult to keep a larger ship there. So likely once we get a large boat, or you know, a proper longboat, we will go ahead and move to someplace else. I do still need to modify the river so we can get the carve in and out. I don't know if I can sail the carve up and down the river yet. So I might need to... Well, there's definitely a couple places where I'm going to have to cut some rocks out. But I don't know if I'm going to have to widen the river anywhere. And if we want to go out the other direction, we're definitely going to have to widen it out, because there's some spots where it actually doesn't have a water channel all the way across, I don't think. So we'll have to do some serious pickaxing to get the boat out on both ends of the river. Much less get the longboat down the river. I might end up putting a dock in for the longboat, but it's definitely not going to be its home port. The home port for the longboat will probably be in a completely different biome, for starters. I might end up putting it... Oh, I don't know. Maybe we'll do a treehouse in the... Oh, come on, hit the damn stump. The stump. Okay, fine, whatever. Maybe we'll build a treehouse in the swamp, on the edge of the swamp or something. If we find a nice spot for that. Or another lovely little farm on the edge of the plains somewhere. That is much more dangerous, of course, than building in the swamp. Get a couple more trees. Perhaps we'll build foothills of a mountain somewhere. It's unlikely we'll build a... Well, obviously we're not going to put the home port of a ship in the mountain. That's just not going to happen. You can't exactly get a ship to the top of a mountain. No, we're exactly at 300. Okay. We have 69 core wood. Nice. And 63 normal wood. Okay. And it is not sunset yet, but the sun is starting to go down. So we'll head out to the house. And by the time we get there, it'll probably be sundown, and it'll be time to sleep, and then we can work on the building the next morning. Sounds like a plan. But anyway, as soon as the boathouse is done, we're going to take the carve, and we're going to sail for the beach hut. And I think we'll try to circumnavigate this island so we can find out how large it is and how it's shaped. Because I want to know what we're dealing with as far as starting island size. The initial plan to at least partially circumnavigate it with the raft was a bit of a bust. Purely because it's far too slow for that. But the carve is a proper sailing boat. It can do that. It's much faster. Even if you're going straight into the wind and rowing it, it's much faster than the raft. Which isn't too surprising, really. The raft's just a bunch of logs, and a tremendous drag in the water. Check on the bees. Oh, I can't pick the honey up, of course, because my inventory is too full. Did I pick it up now that I got rid of that stuff? Partially. Put a stack of wood over there. Alright. Prepare our stuff. And we'll sleep. And then we'll go finish the frame. Hopefully we have enough wood to do that. And once the frame is finished, we'll put the roof on. And then except for whatever cosmetic finishing touches we want to add to the building, which I'm sure there'll be plenty of those, we'll be done. I'm fairly happy with the path here. I might want to add some lights along it or something, but that's a low priority. Okay, what do we need to add yet? Oh yes. These stringers. There we go. Right. Like that. There we go. It's already looking a lot more building-like. Like it's actually held together and not just going to fall over if you low on it a little bit. Which, to be perfectly fair, is not required. But also, I like my buildings to seem like they could exist. Obviously, without the crossbars there, it's still pretty fragile looking. So, let's go ahead and add the scaffolding. That should be good. Okay. Snap this on all the way across. Okay, let's not snap it on all the way across because I ran out of normal wood because I left it all behind. Can at least get a couple more of the crossbars in place. Now, we technically don't need pieces every single. We can jump between, no problem. Okay, let's get that last crossbar in. Well, I guess as long as we don't have the... There we go. Beautiful. Now, let's see. Where else do I want to put beams? We can't put any across the front, of course. But we can put them across the back. That'll do. Now, do I want to put another set higher up? No, I don't think so. I do, however, want to put some cross bracing. I think that'd look cool. Come on, snap on there, damn it. Oh, it's not going to snap because the other one's in the way. I wish there was a way to make them snap even if they're conflicting. You know what I mean? That looks hideous. Put that in place so we can get up top here. Actually, it might not be the ugliest thing I've ever seen if I do it this way. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I like this or not. Come on, snap. Snap, damn you. I saw you do it once for just a second. Is that snapped? No, it's not. Screw you. There we go. Ah, damn it, I'm out of wood. Do I have any core wood stored? Because I think it would actually look pretty cool if I put that piece in there. Okay, you know what? These pieces are not very visible. I do like them there, but also I can afford to remove them for more visible pieces and maybe put them back later, assuming I can get a hold of them anyway. Okay. I kind of like that. And we could put vertical posts in, maybe. Ooh, I like the look of that, actually. Okay, give me some more wood. I like the look of this a lot, actually. Having those 45 degrees off gives it an interesting look. And damn it, I'm out of wood again. Yeah, okay, I like that look a lot. Let's go get another stack of, or two, maybe, of standard wood so we can start putting the roof on. Okay. Let's make that more two. Yeah, if I mix core wood with standard wood cross bracing, I think this will look super cool. As well, particularly if I do like I'm doing now, and have the wood turned 45 degrees. Okay, that actually looks really cool as far as the end cap of the building. Yeah, I like that a lot. Okay. Well then, now we just have to thatch it all. And we'll probably go get some fine wood. And put dragons on it. Okay, actually it's letting us walk on here, so I'm okay with that. Since this building is designed the way it is, we don't need eaves or anything like that. It's a more or less open building. It's just thatched in between frames. I could put eaves on the edge. No, I don't. We're not doing that. It'll look just fine the way it is. Yeah. But eaves. Okay. What will it look like if I actually do eaves on this? We're not doing... We're not doing any kind of overhang off this way, I don't think. Okay, let's see what it looks like if we do the overhang off that way. Don't kick the damn post. Oh, the hammer broke, that's why. Okay. Okay. The roof beams won't be as pronounced from the outside, which I don't know if I appreciate. I do like the way it looks a little better. Your building's gotta have eaves. This little hut doesn't have them, but that's not avoidable, really. It does mean we don't have a ridgepole anymore. Which I don't see an easy way to fix. No, don't slide all the way down, damn it. Yeah, whatever. We could lay a beam across there and it would work. We're gonna need to do something like that anyway to make it look correct. Except using no, don't slide down. Okay, anyway. Except using core wood. Which means a little bit of overlap, but that's fine, we can do that. And then I do like the way those beams stand out in the roof, but also I don't like the way those beams stand out in the roof. I kind of almost prefer this approach where they're just peeking through the thatch instead of along the edges of and really distinct. Okay, yeah, we gotta have these. They're just required. You can't have a building like this without eaves. You could, but... And I was originally going to. Yep, down. Damn it. Okay. If I fall too many more times, we're gonna die. So we gotta be careful. Okay. Now. I need to jump across those gaps. Okay. Now, can I make it up to the second level without... No, I'm definitely not going to be able to. So, let's put in a temporary ladder. I could even leave parts of these temporary ladders here permanently, because the roof hides them surprisingly well. But I don't think that's a good idea, per se. Remove that so I can see what's going on over here a little better. And let's lay out our ridgepole. The ridgepole is made of square beam, because that'll look a little better than the round beam. Get that snapped on the right spot. You don't want to fall off the roof. I know some people who did that in real life. It was very painful. At least so I've heard. I've never actually done it myself. I'd like to keep it that way. Alright. We've got the beginnings of the roof in place. Let's get back up to the top. And then we'll place the top bit from the other direction. Definitely need to go get more core wood because we've got to have those rafters running all the way to the top. It just doesn't look right without them. Okay. Does this run all the way out to the end? It does. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, we've got the first bit of the roof done. Yay! Now we can continue working our way down. Boom. Boom. No! Okay, fine, whatever. We gotta go sleep. Grey Dwarf is being annoying. And we'll come back and finish roofing this place later. It's always really annoyed me how so many building games just do not seem to care we went to sleep just as we got the forest is moving message. Not sure if that's a good thing. Hopefully they don't eat all our stuff while we're sleeping. Okay, what happens is we wake up to excitement. I don't have a good place to fight this. I don't want to completely ruin our landscaping by beating the shit out of it with a stag breaker, but if I stand over here I shouldn't hit any saplings. However, run away! I don't have any food on me! Oh, we're so dead. We're so dead. Alright, well. Got 14 HP. And some hopes and dreams. Okay, make that 20 HP and some hopes and dreams. Make that 15 HP and some hopes and dreams because of that damn brood. Ow. 6 HP is not very much. If I had food on me, instead of dropping it all so I can carry more weight. Okay, there we go. The brood's gone. He was the main source of pain and suffering. Now we just gotta get rid of the shaman before he poisons us to death. Stop healing, you scumbag. There we go. Problem solved. Alright, well that was annoying. I would like to formally complain that I do not particularly appreciate invasions. And that this base is not particularly defensible. It's designed to look nice and to be fun to live in, not to defend. Which is perhaps an oversight, because when we start getting troll invasions, it's going to be extra exciting. Well, let's replant our carrots. Once I grab the cultivator. Okay. And we're out of carrot seeds. That's fine by me, I suppose. Let's repair my stuff. There we go. Collect the bees' honey, because we need more of that. I got 42 wood on me. That'll be enough for now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We almost fell to our doom. It wouldn't have been our doom, but it would have been injurious at the very least. Okay. Well, don't slide all the way down, damn it. Okay, fine. Be that way. The rest of this we can build from the ground without too much trouble. Except of course when we go get more core wood and then put the final finishing touches on the top of the roof, which we will have to do eventually. Okay, we're out of wood. Let's go get some more. We have at least one more stack of 50 wood. Hopefully that'll be enough. Actually, we have two more. Okay, we definitely have enough to finish the roof then. Let's grab them both. Need more than 50, so... Okay, let's see what this looks like from out here a little farther. It's pretty plain from that side, but I'm not sure what else you expected. The backside looks cool. And then Actually, is it really visible that the... Yeah, it is kind of visible that those beams don't go all the way to the ridge line. Ugh. You kind of have to know they don't to know what to look for, I guess, but... Also... I know what to look for, and therefore I will be looking. That sun in my eyes is not helping this at all. Okay. Yeah, that's misplaced. Beautiful. Okay. Now, is there anything that was injured by rock throwing bastards? A little bit, not enough to really matter. A couple posts got a small ding on them. Okay. Well, there we go. The boathouse. It's not the fanciest boathouse I've ever built, but it is functional. I guess we should call it the boat shed. I've definitely built much cooler ones. But this one fits the slightly rustic theme of the settlement here pretty well, if I must say so myself. Let's put wood torches on the corners. As navigation aids. So I can see where the hell I'm going when I'm coming in here at night sometime. Which assuredly will happen. And then let's go get some fine wood and we can put some dragon figureheads on the ends of the building to make it a little cooler. Well, we'll see if I like the look of them when we put them on, I guess, but if they look cool, then we will... Like, the dragon figureheads are cool, but I'm not sure if they're going to look cool on this building. That house, it just looks like a barn. I shouldn't have put a hip roof on it. Or rather, I should have put a hip roof on it, but made it go the other way. Like an inverted hip roof. Make it start shallow and then go... steeper. Oh, there's one other little thing I need to do to this place. Okay, do I want to put this in the middle down there? Or do I want to try to fit it up to the actual... that actually looks kind of cool. It's kind of peeking out from underneath the shed, We won't be able to do it on the other side the same place, though. So the alternative for where to place this would be... Let's get ourselves access to the roof real quick. We place it on the end of the ridgepole, which I believe is where it's intended to go. Okay, this one's kind of disappearing into a tree, so it's hard to look at it properly. Yeah, I'm not overly fond of where it's positioned. Where's the damn fine wood I used to build the thing? Oh, it's stuck up there. Alright, let's go get it. Come on. There we go. Fine. Yeah, I like that better. Do I like it enough that I want to leave it though? Yeah, it's fine. Could you go away? Alright, let's go store this stuff and let's go on a little sailing trip. Grab some food. Repair all our tools. Store the cultivator, let's store the hoe. We'll keep the pickaxe on us. Keep honey. We'll bring cooked boar and grilled neck. We'll leave the deer at home. Okay. Do I have more arrows stored somewhere, or is that all my arrows? We have some standard arrows. I thought I had a partial stack of fire arrows. I must have used them. Alright. Well then. The sun is going to go down soon, so let's not leave just right away. We can harvest those carrots and replant them in the morning. So give me that cultivator back for a second. We'll sleep until morning. The carrots are hopefully grown by then. We'll harvest them all. We'll replant them as seeds. That should provide us enough carrot seeds to actually start growing carrots for food. Of course, it is raining. Of course, the carrots are nowhere close to grown. Alright, well. I'm going to sleep again because I don't want to set off. Damn it, we can't sleep. That's annoying. Well, I guess we're going to set off anyway. I didn't want to set off in the rain because we are going to have to do some modification to the river, most likely. Alright, well, let's test this. Gotta back out of the boathouse to start. No, don't run aground, damn it. Okay. Well, the turning pool isn't quite large enough. Note to self. We have turned around successfully in here before. I just need to figure out a better technique for it. But anyway. I'll just sail out the narrow little channel right here. Which, as long as we stay in the middle, we shouldn't ground ourselves. As I was saying... Apparently it's too shallow right there in the middle of that pond scum. I believe, however, that if we sail around it to this way, we'll be fine. I don't really want to cut a channel through there. I should. I might have to. The reason I don't want to cut a channel is because I like the way it looks with all the reeds and stuff. But I don't think I'm going to be able to keep that, unfortunately. We'll have to cut a cleared channel probably to make it more navigatable. And then widen out the river a little bit. Or not river, but the pond a little bit. And there's a rock. Okay, well, let's go deal with said rock. I don't want to deal with said rock. It's not a rock, it's a sandbar. I like that sandbar right where it's at. It looks cool. Okay, a little bit of sail. Pushes us sideways off of it. And out we go. Into the river proper. At this point, we cannot properly sail here. Not easily, anyway. Alright. Off we go. We gotta be careful because the river does get narrower and there are rocks ahead of us. And necks. I'm gonna drop the sail to only half. Nope. Wind's in front of us now. Watch out for the rock. I think we can sail the carve through this gap. If not, well, it'll be pickaxe in time. Indeed, we can sail through. Pull to the side of the river to avoid the rock. I don't think that's the narrowest part of the river on this side, but it's definitely a contender. Out of this little valley, it'll start widening out pretty quickly, and then we'll be able to hopefully set sail again. River gets nice and wide here. I don't know about setting sail, but we're not in immediate danger of running aground here. Okay, so to get the carve in and out of this river, we definitely don't have to widen it. To get anything larger than the carve in and out of this river, we will definitely have to widen it. So, any hopes of bringing the longboat into there without doing serious river reconstruction? It's not going to happen. Now, I have been known to engage in serious river reconstruction before, so it might eventually be a thing we do. Also, this thing is pretty fast under oars. Not as fast as running or anything like that, but it's a lot more sedate than that, too. And of course, we're going straight into the wind if we choose to go that way. We have already explored the coastline that way, so I think we're going to go north to start. It doesn't hurt that the wind is available in that direction. We'll be sailing a bit close to the wind, but it's doable. Can give us a little bit of a boost in between bouts of rowing. Is that a bear over there? I think it looks like one. It looks like things get pretty narrow up ahead between two small islands. One thing Valheim does really well is sailing. There's not many games that lets you sail a ship in a semi-realistic manner. As far as you have to worry about what direction the wind's coming from and stuff like that. It's not like super realistic or anything like that, but basic wind mechanics. Waves that actually move the ship up and down. Things like that. Also, there are rocks here. Not an ideal place to be going through. It's probably a good thing the wind's not particularly in our favor, because slowing down to go through that was definitely a good idea. Let's see if we can shoot through there. It looks like it might be a little shallow. It's hard to tell. Doesn't seem to be any rocks, that's what matters. If it is shallow, we'll just get out and push. No, it's super good, okay. Clear those rocks. We definitely wouldn't want to try to sail through that passage with the longboat. We possibly could, but it would be exciting. Also, I deliberately chose to go north because it was going to help us with the wind to be not too bad. And now, of course, the wind is blowing straight into our faces. Looks like there's a fairly narrow passage between two islands here. Appears to be black forest on both sides. Not sail straight into this rock ahead of us. I say sail, but we're definitely not sailing. Not with the wind the way it is. Tower in reasonably good looking shape. You want to stop and investigate that maybe? It looks like this is a northern point of this side of the island. The island falls away that side somewhere. Let's sail through this narrow gap, hopefully without running into any rocks or... I said, hopefully without running into any rocks or shallow areas. Damn boat. Okay. And we immediately run up on another rock or shallow spot. Yeah, it's kind of high centered there. Well, okay. Let's see if we can push it. I don't think we'll be able to sail from here. Well, maybe we can. Okay. Let's see if we can cut over toward the deeper area. Kind of want to sail between these two rocks because it looks a lot deeper there. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Now, if we turn over this way a little bit. See if I can get myself off this new rock I found myself on. Alright, let's get some forward momentum, please, so we can get past this rock. The water around this island is entirely too rocky for my liking. But that is good to know, I suppose. That just means I'm less likely to want to sail in this area. Now we can get some proper speed going. Problem is with the sail down, it's much harder to look in front of us and see dastardly rocks waiting to leap out of the darkness. I want to follow the coastline fairly closely so we get a good view on our map of what the shape is. I probably should get a mod that increases the explored distance on the map a little bit, because the default distance is really small. And you can definitely see a lot farther than what the map is uncovering when you're sailing. Ideally, I'd like to find one that uncovers more when you are sailing versus when you're just running around. Because running around, it makes sense that you can't see very far, since you're usually in the woods. Maybe if we can find something that uncovers different amounts depending what biome it is, so you can see farther on the ocean or in plains than you can in the forest. Actually, maybe that's how it already works, because I am technically in the Black Forest right now, even though I'm on the water. I haven't actually sailed far enough out to be on the ocean. There's a bear. Is that a troll cave right there? Kind of looks like a troll cave. And a dungeon beside it, too. Okay. Well, we don't want to go tie on a troll cave right now. Probably never. But in case I ever go insane and really need troll hide very badly, I can always go there and get some, I guess. I wouldn't mind getting myself a troll hide cape, but it's not a big priority. I think there's a Grey Dwarf spawner back there. It looks like it's got a red haze. Okay. Here we have more meadow, I think. I believe those are beech trees. Yep, we're in the meadows again. How far have we actually sailed? Okay. This island doesn't go too far north unless we got another chunk over here or something that goes up. We're not that far north of the spawn. Yeah, right now we're pretty much directly north of the spawn. Yeah, boat's not too beat up. Wide open seas to the north. You can see some kind of mountain way off in the distance in that direction. Just mark that for future reference. The vague general direction thereof, anyway. See, I think this river comes out right over here. Judging by the coast, we're probably more or less on a straight line to it. We definitely cannot sail up this part of the river to get to Beach Creek, because it is way too narrow right through here. This boat would not make it. Not without some pickaxe work. Which, once again, I'm not adverse to, but also, yeah. What I should do is use some of the antlers we got, make a bunch of pickaxes, fill the cargo hold on the boat full of pickaxes, and then just set off downriver. That way I won't have to repair them right away. I can just use up pickaxes until we're out of them, and then turn back and go either build a sheltered repair point or because building a workbench that you're allowed to repair tools at is kind of a pain in the butt. You just have to have like a couple walls and a roof, but it's still a bigger ask than just plopping down a workbench. I honestly don't really know why they have tool durability in this game at all. It's really nice that you don't need materials to repair your tools. You can just repair them. That part's awesome. But even better than not needing materials would be not needing to repair them at all. It's probably a mechanic intended to make sure you can't stay away from base infinitely. So you have to go back occasionally and repair your gear. But that's just an assumption. There's a troll. I'm kind of tempted to stop and fill him full of arrows. Well, it's harder to shoot a troll from a moving vehicle than you might expect. Hey, you stop moving. Run away! Damn it. Okay, well that didn't work out very well. Hey, don't you dare destroy my boat, you scumbag. Okay, I'm hoping loading out will stop him from beating the shit out of it. We're not that far away from known territory. So I can just run out there easily enough. Yeah, right over there. No problem. Let's go ahead and eat a little bit of food. And We're not far offshore, so we can just swim out and grab our stuff, no problem. We don't need anything special. Okay, do I want to follow the river, or do I just want to run cross country? I think I actually want to run to the spawn, more or less. Staying in the meadows. Because it's fairly close to the edge of the meadows. Although if that bastard destroys my boat, I am going to be very pissed at him. I probably should have kept... Wait, I hear bees. Okay, note to self. The beehive I got is apparently not actually the one that I thought was there. Mark that so I don't forget there's bees in that general vicinity. Oh, there's more bees here. Well, I do need bees. So finding those is very good. Yeah. See, there's the way too narrow river down there. Okay. We basically just want to go straight ahead in the exact direction we're going right now. Should have grabbed some honey. The extra stamina would be nice. Oh well. Lake Clear Power will get us there. We're almost to the shore. Great orbs. Annoying bastards. Here's troll country. He's still beating the shit out of my boat. Get the hell away from that boat, you slime. Yeah, come over and chase me instead. At least he didn't destroy the damn boat. It's gonna be kind of hard to get away, though. Because swimming out to that boat and then sailing away while a troll is trying to chase me. Not a great experience. Unless I can lure him somewhere and get him stuck. I appear to have a very large angry thing after me? Yes. Yes, I do. And now I have 2 of them. Do you think bears and trolls will eat each other? Kinda doubt it. Oh, here's some copper. Okay. If I run straight downhill, will he follow me? No. Yes, yes, he will. Okay. I need to regen all my stamina. Oh, nope, he's wandering off. Okay, good. We'll be able to make it out to the boat. Let's go over here. Let's regen our stamina, and then we'll get out to the boat, get our shit, and sail away. The boat is probably feeling a little sad right now because it was being beaten on by the troll last time I saw it. And he did considerable whaling to it. Yeah, the boat's almost dead. Okay. Do I have any wood on me? No, I don't. Alright. Well, let's sail down down coast a little bit. And then I'll get out and we will cut some wood and build a repair thingy. Matter of fact, let's do it right over here. Equip my stuff. Eat some honey. Screw you all very much. Okay, how much wood do I have? I need 10. I have 8. Oh, there we go. Okay, look. I asked you politely to leave me alone. You didn't listen. Whatever happens to you is on you. There, would have it really been so hard just leave me alone for a minute or two? Okay. Yay, boat's repaired. Alright. Let's grab that back. Which weight am I carrying? Not much. Okay. 10. Might as well gather this 10. That's what? 7 more bars. Also, there's some more carrot seeds here. I'll take those happily. Probably should regenerate stamina first, swim out to the boat. Okay. Unfortunately, the wind has swung around to be in front of us now. So we're going to have to row some kind of plebs. Alright. I'm very surprised we didn't lose the boat there. If I hadn't attracted the troll's attention right when I did, he would have given it one more good solid smack, and that would have been the end of the boat. And we would have had to go get 4 more ingots of bronze and make a new one. Which, not that big of a deal, but also I would much rather not have to do that. I'm not sure what that blue haze is. Is that a ruin? Looks like there's a ruin there. There's a Grey Dwarf spawner. A purple haze right there. Really close to the wind, but technically we should be able to catch it now. And of course, it's swinging around in front of us. And it stops so that we're sailing directly into it, because of course it does. Coming up shortly is the mouth of the way too narrow river. Way too narrow being a obscure native Valheimian word. Anyway, the river is not wide enough for us to sail from this side. Not without reconstructive surgery. Although we can sail in from the other side. I should actually go perform surgery on that, because it looks like if we want proper access to the sea, we can get much better access coming out this way than going out the other way. Although, because this way it's much less rocky. Going out the other way, there's an island in the way. Like there's an island that pretty much covers this area right here. So you can't just sail out into open ocean going out the other way. Whereas this way you can. Which means the Way to Narrow River reconstruction project, I think, is not necessarily next on the plan, but not too far off in the distant future. There. Let's immortalize his proper name. It is the Way to Narrow River. Yes, that is a stupid name. No, you can't stop me. Another gray dwarf spawner. Aside from that one glorious little while there where we had the wind directly behind us. Well, not quite directly behind us, but pretty close. The wind has not favored this trip at all. No, you can't stop me. Sounds like an idea for a higher channel point redeem. Force name change. I'll have to see about that. Unfortunately, I think it would be a bit situational. Unfortunately, we're going to be forced to turn back into the wind here in a minute. Which I don't really appreciate. It looks like the southern half of this island is much... Well, actually no, because there's ocean right here. So this has got to be... Yeah, there's ocean right there. Which means... But this just has to be a bit of a sticky outy bit. That ends about right there, I think. And then go back around somewhere. Because this is just a very narrow gap across here. Peninsula is here by name, Sticky Bit. No. It's not really a proper peninsula. I don't think. I guess we'll find out if it's a proper peninsula when we sail around the corner. It's more of just kind of a... I'm guessing, more just kind of a right angle. Not right angle, but more of a bump on the side of the island. Actually, it might be more of a peninsula. Guess we'll find out when we get around the corner and can see properly. It kind of is a peninsula. Get a better view of what it's like as you sail down that side. So now I'm wondering if it runs down like this. Comes around like that somewhere maybe. The wind is really not cooperating with this island circumnavigation trip. I explicitly sailed the direction I did when we left because the wind was against sailing the other way, and we got just barely set out and immediately swung around the opposite direction. And it's been in our face most of the way now. Don't open the map while turning. Because just because you stop paying attention doesn't mean that it stops turning. Let's ran ourselves into a rock. And of course, we're going directly into the wind. Looks like this runs more or less straight for a decent ways. Alright, well, at your insistence, Sealith, we will name this Sticky Outy Bit Point. Congratulations, it's all your fault. Oh, looks like we have a bit of, what do you want to call it? Swamp attached to our island. I'm going to eat some grilled neck so that we're not at base HP. Just in case anything goes horribly wrong at the swamp. Not that I'm intending to land there or anything, but you never know. We did just repair the boat not too long ago, so it should be in decent shape and not need repairs. Could stop just offshore. I really don't want to try to make a body run down here across mostly unknown terrain. So let's not disembark just yet. This might be a much better place to build a eventual main base, though. The swamp is kind of a dismal place to live in, but there's some possibly good treehouse possibilities here. We've entered the ocean for the first time this trip. I'm not actually sure there's a swamp dungeon right in there. I'm not actually sure if this is part of our starter island or not. I think it is. Yeah, it is. There's not broken coast down along here. There's some kind of purplish... Oh, it's a rune stone that might submerge into the water. Interesting. I don't want to get too close. This looks like a pretty sizable swamp. A little hard to tell how far in it runs, but... There's another rune stone right there. We're definitely not ready for the swamp yet. Could we survive it? Maybe. But I want actual armor, better weapons, all that kind of excitement before we poke our nose in there. Draugr looks like. Let's not poke that bear. Okay, is this a small island? It appears to be, okay. I was wondering if this was a small island or if it was a Leviathan. It's not regular enough to be a Leviathan. It's an island. Now, see, a little island like that could also be a cool place to build a base. Although, cramming everything onto a little island is definitely interesting. By the time we'd be done with it, it would definitely... Any evidence that it was an island as versus just a hunk of stone in the middle of in the middle of nowhere would be completely gone. It would be thoroughly flattened, completely covered and encased in stone. There would likely be pillars out in the ocean around it, supporting various edifices. And in general, it would have been quite transformed. But to build on something like that, you likely are going to want iron reinforced wood. To strengthen things. I assume that building strength still works the way it used to. I really doubt they would have changed it. Because it used to be that stone was stronger than wood, as far as how tall of a building you could build. But it wasn't actually that much stronger. Like, sure, you can get higher, but stone wasn't really that strong of a building material as far as building a tall structure. However, the iron reinforced wood was very strong. And if you put iron reinforced wood posts inside of a stone wall, it would reinforce and hold together the stone, and you could build pretty high. Okay, we found what I'm guessing is probably the southern extent of the starter island. Anyway, unfortunately, one of the main large, tall structures are built with that technique, I can't really show it off. Because while I do have a save that should theoretically contain it, it was built in the far north, and apparently the way the game seed in that area was handled has changed nowadays. Because I tried to load into it and it was suspended far above the ocean in thin air. Which did not result in that said building surviving for very long. And also the whole, it was built on the top of a cliff in front of a bay, and then had a snaking path running down the hillside with periodic stone landings. It was pretty cool, actually. But it was just not very useful when you yank its foundation out from underneath it. I suppose if you had an old version of Valheim and were able to load up an old version of said save, it would probably work fine. I don't think that. I don't think that swamp is very large. Depends on how far it goes inland, but it can't go more than like maybe this far in, at a guess. Well, I mean it could, but I doubt it does, I should say. Also here, we have Sticky Innabet Bay. And I think I'm going to name it that because I am a comedian. And because you guys can't stop me. There. There's a troll. Have we learned anything about shooting trolls from boats, or should we take a pot shot at it? I'd like to believe I learned a few things about shooting trolls from boats. We'll leave them alone for now. But there is a very real temptation to take a pot shot at it. I think that's a troll cave right there. I'm guessing that's what that blue smoke marks. These troll cave entrances. Yeah, it's a troll cave. Speaking of places I don't want to go. I do need a little bit more troll leather to make a troll hide cape, but also I don't know if I really truly care about a troll hide cape. That's an early game armor that I'm not going to keep forever. It does make you more stealthy if you're wearing the full troll hide armor, but I don't think I care about that too much. And stealthy's nice and all, but yeah, anyway. Kind of surprised we are still sailing around this island. I figured we for sure would have been back to the start by now, but it looks like there's another section of swamp. I wonder if it's the same swamp, just the other side of it. If so, then it's a pretty large swamp. Could totally be. It'd be kind of weird shaped. Mountain or something over that way. Which means I would not be at all surprised if its foothills turned into plains. Or it could be swamp. And that does look like more swamp. Okay, so we got quite a lot of swamp attached to the starter island, actually. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I guess it can't be totally a bad thing. But also I don't know if I want to actually make a land trip to the swamp. That's a long ways to run south. So we want to sail anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Also, is that a ruin there? On stilts? Might stop and check this place out. There's a leech. Yep, it's just a little ruined hut on stilts out in the middle of the water. Let's sail away before this leech starts biting our ass. I hope that's not part of the same island on our other side over there. Because it could very well be that we're sailing straight into a bay here. Because we are sailing in swamp right now. Okay, I don't think this is a bay. Unless it's a pretty large one. Which actually, looking at the horizon, it might be. Because there's definitely land in front of us. It might just be an island. There is a fairly large island off to this side of our starter island. Yeah, there's no way that's part of this island. Okay. There's another ruined house on stilts. That, I think, is a flame geyser right over there. I want to mark that on the map. Because that could be an interesting place to check out. Also, I think there is a dungeon there. Flame geyser, if I remember correctly, assuming they still work the way they used to, you can dig that area down and it will allow you to do mass circling murder. Which could be useful. Make a nice little core farm. They used to drop coal. I don't know if they still do or not. And they definitely drop cores. I'm going to assume they still do. Although they might have been tweaked, but with the addition of the ashlands. I don't know if they just added more stuff to the ashlands. I think I recognize whatever that is as something I've been at before, but I don't remember its significance. There's a bunch of Draugr hanging around, so for now I've labeled it Draugr thingy on the map. It's some kind of ruin. Or something. Okay, but there is a significant amount of swamp. So we should be able to get a lot of swamp-related stuff done without having to sail very far from home at all. Also, it is storming. And these storms can push these stupid little boats over. So we better be careful. We do not want to capsize. I'm going to pull the sails in a little bit. Let's not get beat up on that rock right there. Thank you. I'm going to pull the sails in the rest of the way and we'll just row. It's a bit of an exciting ride there for a few seconds. This is not really the best boat to be out in during a storm. But if we stick fairly close to the shore, we hopefully will be fine. But also the waves are going to move up a lot. They'll be moving up and down a lot during a storm. I remember in the Armco server, I don't remember what I was trying to build. But I was trying to build something. And I wanted to remove a hunk of land that was kind of in the way. But I want it to be deeper than what you could get just by standing in the water and mining at your feet. Because once you dig more than so deep, then you start swimming and you can't swing the pickaxe anymore. Usually that's deep enough to get a boat through, you know. And we're aground. Thank you, waves. Anyway, usually it's enough that you can just... actually, was that the Aramco server, or was it my single-player game from the same time period? It might have been my single-player game, now I think about it. Doesn't matter, anyway. So I wanted to dig it a little deeper in a fairly small area, just to get rid of a rock or something. I think it might have been even. Like I could get rid of the top of the rock, but the bottom of the rock was too deep in the water and I couldn't get down there. I don't like the way these waves are moving. They're throwing my poor boat around and I don't want to capsize this boat. I like it and I want to keep it. Anyway, I think that's actually what it was. I wanted to get rid of a large rock. And so what I ended up doing is waiting for a storm. And then I stood on top of the rock. And the waves would come in and lift you up off the rock. And then as soon as the wave went down, it would drop down low enough that you could stand on top of the rock and get a couple pickaxe hits off. And then they'd come back in and lift you up off the rock again. It was very tedious, but I did eventually get rid of that rock. Somebody is shooting arrows at me, and I don't appreciate that. Oh wow, this is a weirdly shaped island. No, don't turn that way. Do not be broadside to the wave, thank you. Waves aren't quite sure which way they want to go right here. Yeah, this is a really interesting shape island. I really appreciate it. It's adding to a lot of coastline that I have to sail around. On the bright side, when I come back here for any reason, I'll probably be able to avoid most of it due to the way it's shaped. We can come out the Waitanaro River and just sail straight south and end up at a pretty decent chunk of swamp. And if we want to come over to this part of the swamp, we can just sail around this and down, I think. Assuming this shape is what I think it is. Which so far, a lot of these things have not been shaped how I think they are. I like how much I was pushing my boat over. I do like sailing during the storms, but generally not close to shore, I don't. Because when you're out in the middle of the ocean in one of these storms, you just line yourself up on the waves and go. Aren't we getting waves this big this close to shore? Come on. Like, those are some pretty... Okay. Let's calm down a little bit. You are wet. Why, thank you, game. I never would have figured that out. Do you think it's from the rain, or do you think it's from the waves? Also, there is shoreline right in front of us. It is time to start turning, I think. So we're right close to that one dungeon we've cleared out before. It is right over there. Pretty much straight in front of us. I don't like these rocks ahead of us. I think we can thread through them if we go this way. But also, we're getting pretty close to the shore. So we gotta start turning the other way soon. Yeah, okay, that leads over to where I was gathering tin earlier. We can't sail through there. Not reasonably, anyway. We probably could with the help of a pick. Dig a couple of small canals, make it through without too much trouble. Some serious waves here. Storm finally calming down. Storm is finally calming down. Hell yeah. Okay, we don't want to go up that way because it's a dead end. It leads to some swampy sort of area. There's a whole bunch of tin up that way, which would be nice. We could go up there and gather tin, I suppose, but also we don't need to. And I would rather continue sailing around the island. I really don't know how much farther we have to go, but this is a very weirdly shaped island. This whole area down here is completely unexpected to me. I assumed that when I saw ocean, when I was over here collecting tin, that meant that this island was long and skinny, and that it was just ocean out this way. But instead, it was a big inland bay, large enough for the center of the bay to be considered ocean. Which I suppose is pretty cool. I highly doubt we're going to get much else done today except finish sailing around this island. Because who knows how far out in this direction this extends. I really don't have a whole lot of information about where it goes from here. I think this is a peninsula here, and it kind of goes down this way, but I'm really not sure, because I don't remember. Like, I don't remember what all I saw out there when I was gathering tin. It looks like there's even more swamp here. Oh yeah, right over there's the swamp we were just sailing past earlier, that's why. We're at the narrowest point of the what do I call it? The narrowest point between the two halves of the island. The mouth of the bay. Not quite. Mouth of the bay is probably down here farther, but one problem with building on the coast, and one reason why I'd rather build inland, even with when we get larger boats, is when you're building on the coast and it storms, the wave action causes all kinds of interesting problems with anything you build near the shore. Whereas if you build in a small bay or a large river, it's much more likely that you will be clear of any wave action and not have to worry about that. Because I've made the mistake of building too close, building like boat docks and stuff too close to the shore before, and had longboats destroyed in storms because the storm beat it against the bottom until it broke. And I assume that can still happen. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. So that's why I took to building a little farther away. For example, my boathouse on the Armco server was built inland actually quite a ways. I dug a sizable remember correctly, it was... how did I do that? I dug a canal, but I can't remember if the canal was actually successful. I ended up building in landaways, or if I ended up just making a relatively short one that was just far enough away that the wave action wasn't too severe. I don't think it was on a river. Also, we're continuing to sail south, and that looks an awful lot like plains ahead of us, which is a scary thought. Death skeeters come to claim our hide. Is that a river, or is that just... Okay, well this I'm pretty sure is plains. Yes, it is plains. Please no death skeeters. I think this might be a river. I don't know if I want to sail up it. We have meadows on one side and plains on the other. Talk about... Talk about an interesting location. That is definitely not safe meadows, and this is definitely a river. A relatively wide river. I'm going way too fast in this river, so let's drop our sails. And let's try not to get too out of control. Okay. Now, where does this river come out? Good question. However, there are plains attached to the starting island. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I guess I haven't seen that many starting islands, considering I haven't really played that many different Valheim worlds. This is a fairly wide, nice little river. And the plains area is pretty small. So while you do run a relatively exciting death skeeto risk right there at the mouth of it, you should be able to sail a longboat down here without too much trouble. You'd like have to move that rock. And unless this comes out into some kind of horrible area. This seems like it would be an important navigatable waterway. And since it is in the Black Forest here, it might make a good place to build a base to store the larger boats. Because you could definitely navigate in here with the longboat. It's a relatively short river. It provides relatively good ocean access off both sides. Okay. I approve. A little bit of rock removal. Find a nice spot along that river. Put a port in there, maybe. We still don't know how large the starting island is because having cut through the river and are now heading north back to the Narrow River. We're kind of avoiding that whole southern half of the island. But we are about to reach area that we've explored before, so... And then it's just a short sail back to the navigable end of the Narrow River. And back to Beach Creek, where we can park in our relatively new boathouse. And maybe smelt some of this tin ore we're bringing back with us. I probably should stop and grab more tin ore on the way. Oh well. I don't feel like it. We'll do that later when we sail back down south to go investigate the rest of the island. As far as other navigable points, we could cut a canal from Sea Shack through here without too much effort. I mean, it'd still be a large project, but as far as large projects go, it's a very achievable one. Particularly if you were just cutting a canal for the carve. And that would get us access to this inner bay here. Whoa, do not run aground. Do not run aground. Running aground is widely considered bad. Okay, we do not run aground, despite our best efforts. On the bright side, we have reached the point where I gathered tin the last... Well, not... Actually, did I gather tin here? I marked that there's tin here. It's not crossed off, which means there's still tin there. I don't know if I actually gathered any here. But the last time I was running south to investigate, I think this is where we stopped the voyage of the raft. Right over there. We sailed down here with the raft, gathered some tin maybe, and then sailed back. Which means we no longer need to follow the coast. Go ahead and sail more northerly. Oh, and this... Oh, here's a... what do you call them? Leviathan. Kraken, wherever they call them. Giant floating rock monster. I'm going to mark it as a 100% real island. It is definitely not a 100% real island. Nothing of the sort. Okay, we need to be sailing due north from here, not wherever we're actually going. But I don't want to cut too close to the wind, so I think we'll sail this way. And then when we get closer to Sea Shack, we can cut back. The Sea Shack is right over that way, I believe. Just around this point here and in that bay. I'm just now realizing that I actually haven't sailed around this chunk of the island yet. There is a very narrow passage that I barely managed to get the raft through right over there in the direction we're sailing. But I don't think I trust that with the carb. So let's actually turn and follow this coastline. So we're once again heading back into uncharted territory. And sailing a bit closer to the wind than I really want to. Oh well. When I turn to go north, we're going to lose the wind, and I'm going to have to row like some kind of peasant. And it's starting to rain. Means the waves are going to start getting rough. It is light rain still, so it might not be too bad. Nope. It's decided it doesn't want to rain after all. Good. It looks like there's a small island here to our right, and the main island to our left, and we've got a small little passage that we should be able to sail through here. Hopefully without running aground or hitting any large rocks. Or small rocks for that matter. I much prefer not hitting any rocks. Not getting high centered is good. Okay, that's fairly navigable. We could probably make this easily enough with the longbow. There's a bear. That does not look like it's navigatable on the other end, and I don't care to try either. As long as the wind holds, we should be able to turn and pick it back up again in a moment here, which will increase our speed considerably. And then it'll be a mostly straight run to the way to Narrow River. Assuming I don't run aground on a rock because I'm too busy looking at the map instead of where we're going. And it's raining again. Okay, I take back what I said about being able to sail. It's not going to let us. And we're definitely not going to be able to sail on the way to Narrow River, or else we're going to run aground almost instantly. So, I think we're going to be rowing all the way back home. I can't remember how fast the longboat is when you row it. It would be kind of cool if the longboat was relatively slow when rowing and the carve was faster, because then it would give the carve an interesting little niche as not only the cheap option for boats, but the faster option when you need to row. Because then you would have the small, nimble boat that can get into places you probably shouldn't, whether the wind is blowing that way or not. You would have the terrible in every possible way raft, except of course it's cheap, and you would have the large, solid, strong, all-arounder longboat, good for taking voyages of discovery over the ocean. And then whatever the hell the... No, we don't actually want to go this way. We want to go over that way, which means no sails. Boo. Anyway, whatever the hell the new, even larger boat that they added is for. I've never used that one. Except, from what I remember, the carve is obsoleted in pretty much every way as soon as you get the longboat. There's no real reason to keep the carve around. I suppose in our case there is, because widening out the Waitanaro River to get down there with the longboat is not going to happen. We could. We're definitely not going to do it both ways. We might do it one way, so we can sail to the settlement, if it makes sense to do so. But more likely, I'll just build a separate base somewhere with longboat docking. And if we want to sail to this settlement, we'll take the carve. And the carve will end up being dedicated as a riverboat. Speaking of which, here we are at the mouth of the river. Next stop, probably a rock in the middle of the... probably a rock in the middle of the river. But failing that, next stop is Beach Creek and the house. The sun is shining somewhat annoyingly, making it hard to see. It's glinting off the water right in front of us, which makes it hard to see rocks. It looks like we're about to hit a nag. No, it's swimming away. Okay, good. One thing that's really easy to do when you're in these rivers like this is oversteer a ton. It doesn't actually take very much input to steer pretty sharply. And I've been finding myself doing a lot of wobbling back and forth because I want to crank it hard over to get around something, and then I realize, oh wait, that's way too sharp, and gotta crank it hard over the other way so I don't run into something. Oh well. So I think we could get down here without too much trouble with the longboat if I remove a few rocks and maybe cut this bump off. Remove that rock we just hit. Remember what I said earlier about how our next stop was probably a rock in the middle of the river? Yeah, there we go. There it was. We didn't actually stop though, so I guess it's not a stop. Get out of the way, Nick. I'm coming through. Okay, we ran over the neck. I'm not going to stop to pick its tail up, but there's Beach Creek. There's the house. Here's where the bridge is going to go through someday. That might be our next big project, is putting the bridge in. Getting the bridge high enough that we can sail underneath it with the carve is definitely going to be a project, though. It's going to start at river level, and it's going to have to go up and over. Okay. Now, do not hit any of the various sandbars in here. As we sail into the little, not even sure what to call it. I wouldn't really dignify it with the term bay, but it's not really a pond. So I'm not sure what the technical term which you'd use for something like this is. But anyway. And there we are, beautifully parked in the boathouse. A little bit of damage on that voyage, not too much. There's a branch in the middle of the road. That's going to annoy me forever, because it will respawn. Looks like the carrots are ready to harvest, somewhat unsurprisingly. This is probably the last carrot harvest that is going to be turned entirely into seeds. Which means we're dangerously close to being able to start raising tame boar. Remember correctly, I used to have a mod that would automatically replant a crop when you harvested it, if you had the required stuff in your inventory. I think that's how that worked. I might be wrong. It's been a long time since I've even thought about what mods I had installed back then. Okay. We've planted all the carrots. Now, or we planted all the seed carrots. Now let's plant the carrots from those carrot seeds we picked up several hours ago when we were recovering the boat. Okay. Grab the honey. Let's grab some tin. And do I have any coal in the house? Okay, actually I don't have any tin ore, except what I brought back. Nor do I have any reasonable amount of tin, okay. We'll deal with that later then. Because I'll have to figure out how much tin I want to get and mess around with all that. Let's repair all of our stuff. Alright, lovely. We're back to the barn at Beach Creek and safe and sound. Those windows look cool, but they also look really drafty and cold. Alright. Now, I'm not sure what our next thing is. Probably just gathering a ton of wood to prepare for bridge building. This beach here is probably going to have to go. I don't really want to get rid of it. But unless we start, or, well, actually starting the bridge over here might not be the worst idea because it's a little higher. So I might change the path that this road takes. Turn it up here like this and kind of make a Z shape. And bring it out on this slightly higher area. And then build it across to there. Take a whole bunch of stone and build this terrain up. Fill it in. So we have a raised ramp and then start the bridge off that. So I don't have to use quite as much core wood to support it. But filling areas in takes a lot of stone, so. But there is a technique that you can use to fill. You raise the ground a certain amount, which takes stone, obviously, and then I believe there's some shenanigans you can pull with the hoe to pull the ground up without having to spend anything. Unless they've fixed that. Doubt they would have, but you never know. Anyway, it is 10:34 though. So I'm going to save the game. And we are going to call it there. Tomorrow, tomorrow I do believe that there's some star rupture scheduled. So that should be interesting. And then Monday, of course, will be good old Crab Champions. And Tuesday and Wednesday will likely be more Valheim. We'll see if we can get some proper bridge building done. And maybe go check out some more dungeons and stuff to acquire more resources and hopefully find a marker to show our direction to the next boss. I believe those show up in those dungeons. I don't actually remember for sure. But I need to find a marker to show us how to get to what's-his-face. The Elder or something it's called. Because if we can kill that, I don't remember what his special power is. And I don't remember what he unlocks either. Oh, yeah, I do too remember what he unlocks. He unlocks, I think, the key that gets you into the dungeons in the swamp. And that'll get us access to iron. And iron will get us the longbow. And also better weapons and armor. And a whole heck of a lot of other awesome things. But anyway, we're not going to get all that done this week, I doubt. It's going to take quite a while to get anywhere in Valheim. Particularly with me stopping to build stuff all the time. I still haven't decided what we're going to do Thursday. I haven't really thought about it as much as I probably should. And then Friday, of course, will hopefully be some EDF, and we will see about next weekend when we get there. Probably what's going to happen is we're probably going to play Valheim next weekend. And then something else will take over the current weekday slot that Valheim is currently occupying. Because my original intention, and I still intend to stick with this, was that Valheim was going to be the weekday, like the midweek game, until the weekend slot freed up, and then it was going to move over to being the weekend game. So we'll see. But anyway, for tonight, though, is anyone on the old foul list streaming anything? It does not look like it. Okay. Well then, I don't think we're reading anybody. Hopefully, I see you all back here tomorrow for some Star Rupture shenaniganry. And I will see you all later. Good night and goodbye.